This is the regular meeting for December 17, convening at 5:02 p.m. City Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Bregman,
Here?
Councilmember Nakanishi, Councilmember Craig Hensley,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hothi, Mayor Yepes.
Here.
Thank you.
Is there any public comments on closed session items?
Mayor, there are no members of the public in the audience, but City Attorney can go ahead and call out the items.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council will convene in closed session regarding item C2A, which is conference with labor negotiators regarding all of the city's labor negotiating bargaining units, represented and unrepresented employees and appointed employees pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. Item C2B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, 2 cases. And item C2C, public employee performance evaluation for the 3 appointed positions pursuant to Government Code 54957B.
Okay. Council is convening to closed session at 7:03 p.m.
I'll just note it's 5:03 p.m.
Gonna rush it.
The council is returning from closed session at 7:27 p.m. City Attorney, can you report on the closed action items?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council convened in closed session regarding items C2A through C, and there's no reportable action at this time.
Okay, thank you. So now we're gonna invite Maria Elena Serna from Breaking Project for the invocation and call to public civics. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Yepes. Congratulations, Honorable Council. Thank you for having us here this evening. This holiday season, we continue to experience societal challenges, but it also has given us an opportunity to focus on peace through community connections, kindness, and shared service. Lodi has been inclusive in promoting and organizing events that have helped our neighbors and local families in need as we continue to celebrate our diversity by being good listeners and encourage acts of kindness and generosity. But we must not only stay focused on Lodi as a peaceful community, but on the overall world community as well. Dr. King reminds us that nonviolence is the most powerful weapon we have towards peace. Gandhi said that nonviolence is the weapon of the strong. And we also learned from Cesar Chavez that nonviolence is the only way towards peace and justice, that there cannot be peace without justice. Kindness and understanding among our neighbors and each other enables us to continue to create an environment where everyone feels safe and valued. Whether our efforts are large or small, we must remind ourselves that peace is not just an ideal, but a daily practice that shapes the hearts of Lodi. The Breakthrough Project for Social Justice is planning a peace event in 2026 and invites the entire City Council to join us in solidarity to strengthen bonds between us so that we may reflect the true spirit of Lodi. May your holidays be filled with peace, joy, appreciation, and love throughout the community.
Thank you so much for those words. So now we are gonna do the flag salute. All right. This is the regular meeting for December 17, 2025, convening at 7:30 p.m. Madam City Clerk, can you do roll call?
Councilmember Bregman,
Here.
Councilmember Nakanishi. Here. Councilmember Craig Hensley.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hothy, Mayor Yepes.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. I think we have one presentation today.
Yes, we do. We have a presentation of certificate of recognition to the Lodi High School girls golf team. So Councilmember Craig Hensley had notified the city clerk's office that they have just completed their season and would like to present them with a certificate of recognition. So you're more than welcome to present them with the certificate that you have.
We'll do it together.
Okay.
So I would like to invite the Lodi High golf team. Yeah, come on, come on.
I want you all to know this is a wonderful thing that we're going to do, but really I'm a Tokay High grad, so seeing you around tonight, you know, I want you to know how important you are to me. So, because you're in my district, so I'm top.
I went to Lodi High. So.
Yeah, see, so and so did Cameron, so Mayor Bregman did too, so we've got supporters here.
Okay, just gonna come this way. Is this mic on, Olivia? Is this mic on? Okay, so then let's start. On behalf of the City Council, I, Mayor Ramon Yepes, proudly present this certificate in recognition of an excellent season of athletic excellence and teamwork. Your outstanding display of sportsmanship, dedication, and competitive excellence, both on and off the golf course, has brought great honor to Laura High and our community. We commend Coach Tara Stoll and each member of the team for representing the Flames with pride and setting a fine example for others to follow. Your 15-0 league record, Tri-City Athletic League Tournament Championship, and league title are remarkable achievements that reflect your commitment, your focus under pressure, and passion for the game. Congratulations. Now,
Yeah, I just want to add a few words. You know, I read the Lodi News Sentinel every day, and I skip the sports section, okay, sorry. But I caught the picture of all of you and the championship, the 15-0 season. And it takes a team. I know golf's an individual sport, but it can be a team sport as well. And so whenever I see women excelling in sports, it makes me think of Title IX and back the old days when I was going to high school and it was passed, and how important having equality in women's sports is to each and every one of you. Because as we all know, team sports sets you up for learning how to be a team player in life. And so I appreciate the fact that you're all here today and just want to call you out for that championship with your 15-0 record. And I know you will go on individually and as a team to excel in doing other things in life. So congratulations to all of you.
and I will invite anyone if you guys want to speak.
First of all, thank you very much. I know what you mean about Title IX. I played on the boys' golf team because there wasn't a girls' team. And I took over coaching the girls' golf team the 1 year after it started. So I've had it basically the entire time since 2000. So on a side note, I just want to say my dad over there, David Warner, was the mayor here in 1995. And I was the mayor for a day when I was in 5th grade, so I beat him. But anyway, thank you so much for this recognition. These girls worked so very hard all season, and golf is a really tough sport. And they always just have really good high spirits and always are smiling and helping each other. And off the golf course, they're great students. And we have a average of a 3.8 grade point average, and a lot of these girls are 4.0s and higher. So, golf definitely attracts the smarter kids because you really have to think about what you're doing, when you're playing. So, but on behalf of our entire golf team and Coach Sal, I can't do it without him. So he's, brought up a lot of these younger players to be in the top 6 and playing in matches and stuff. So, I just want to thank you guys so much for this honor. This is, and no better team in the world right now to for this achievement. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Oh, wow.
That speaks to your coaching as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is very sweet. Nice of you guys. Thank you.
right, now we're going to move to the consent calendar. Can you introduce it, Madam City Clerk?
Yes. Consent calendar tonight are items C1 to C15. We do not have any changes to the consent calendar, so we submit it to council as is for review and approval.
Will any member of the council would like to pull a item from the consent calendar for information or to vote separately? Okay. Well, I would like to pull C13 because we're going to do a swearing in, right? Is that correct?
Yes, we do the swearing in after council has already voted on the consent calendar. So you don't need to pull it if you don't want to. Okay.
Were you going to pull another one? Yeah.
Number 14. I want to pull number 14. I think that's it.
For information or for separate voting?
For information and to revise it a little bit.
Okay, all right. Feel free to take it away.
So this one, C14 is about the city manager resolution that we are cleaning it up to be more updated to be more modern. But there is an item that I would like, because we're not approving it today, right? But we want to kind of bring it back. And I would like to add a line that the council can actually can remove the city manager, even if the membership of the council changes, but they need 4 votes out of 5. Does anybody in the council have any comments about that?
I raised my hand. There you go. Just clarifying, we had discussed this earlier, I think, within the first 6 months. Is that correct?
Yes, right now it says here 90 days.
Okay,
90 days.
so you're
So 3 months, yeah.
3 months?
Yes.
Okay, so within the first 3 months?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that was the intent. All right, so
Yes.
4/5 within the first 3 months.
Yes, and after that it goes back to normal.
All right, all right.
Question, Mayor.
Yes.
You know, when we hire a city manager, we have a contract with them that if they leave, they get 6 months pay. So is this redundant? If you want to get someone out, we could just, they're still going to get 6 month pay.
No, that's not, no, this is for example, because sometimes in other cities or other municipalities, they have a clause that when new council members come to the council, they cannot fire the city manager until a certain amount of
Oh,
time has
you're
happened.
talking about the city council member.
Yes, when the membership, but this one here, how it's written, is very restrictive that we wouldn't be able to remove somebody even if they were doing whatever they were doing. So what I want to just increase to protect the candidates and the city is to increase the threshold to 4 out of 5.
Sounds reasonable.
Yes.
So that's only in the event that there is council turnover after an election.
Thank you.
Okay, so then since we can just vote on the consent calendar, right?
Yes, so that, this item is setting the hearing, so there would be no change to setting the hearing. We can go ahead and still set the hearing, but we'll make sure when it comes back for that hearing, it will incorporate that change if it sounds like that's the direction that the rest of council is all good with that.
Okay. You need a motion then on the full item, or do you want 14 separate?
Do you want 14 separate, or do you want it all together?
No, all of it.
Do we need to put it in? Okay.
You can
So
leave it
C1
together.
to C15.
But we would ask public comment first.
Yes, so will any member of the public would like to pull an item from consent?
Can I just speak on mine? The restaurant week?
Oh,
If, what number is that one? Yeah.
It is item C6. We're more than welcome to take public comment.
Okay, perfect. Let's take public comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and congratulations, Mayor Yepez. Wes Ray, CEO at Visit Lodi. And I just wanted to thank the council for recognizing Lodi Restaurant Week, the very first one, which is happening January 23rd to February 1st next year. And the consent item addresses the issue of downtown parking, extending it from the 90 minutes to 4-hour parking in downtown to support restaurants during Lodi Restaurant Week. For those who aren't aware what Restaurant Week is, it is an opportunity for the public and our guests and our visitors to support local restaurants in a traditional time of need, which is January and February are the lowest time for credit card spends at restaurants. Even with Valentine's Day, February is at number 2. So January is a great time. By the 23rd, we've all given up on our diets, and so it is a great opportunity to go out, and it's 10 days long, so you have plenty of opportunity to support. There are breakfast, lunch, and dinner specials, and how it works is at LodiRestaurantWeek.com, you'll have a list of all the restaurants that are participating and the menu offerings that they'll offer during that week. So they'll have specially priced 3-course or 2-course menus throughout the city, and I think we'll have about 25 restaurants or maybe more. They're not all up yet, but we're working on getting them all listed. So I encourage the community to go out and support Lodi Restaurant Week. And just a reminder too, our locals are great supporters of our restaurants, but 28% of all spending at restaurants comes from outside of San Joaquin County. So without those folks from outside of San Joaquin County supporting our restaurants, the restaurants would lose 28% of their revenue. So it's important to support the restaurant economy, as it is the #1 thing that visitors do when they visit our community. And so I hope our residents go out and support Lodi Restaurant Week, enjoy some great value, but also support their favorite local restaurants.
Thank you. Right, let's go back. Any more comments from the council on consent calendar? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second?
Pick one, Olivia.
I'll second.
You're gonna have to redo it for Dr. Nakanishi. Still no.
He's still not.
You sign out.
Oh, there it
we
is.
go. First try.
There we go.
All right, and it passes. Now we're going to move to public comments.
Before we do that, if I can bring up Mr. Hare here for his swearing in. Thank you.
I solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
City Clerk, do we have any public comments on non-agenda items?
Yes, I have 2 public comment cards, and the first card I have is from Mr. Slaughterback.
John Slaughterback. I'm a resident of the city of Lodi. I read an article in Lodi News Sentinel. Steve Mann made an article about the city's losses of unpaid utility bills. And the total amounted to $2.4 million. And in 2022, the city council authorized resumption of collection efforts for the 20 million mountain of past due accounts that have accumulated. These losses continue year after year, year after year, year after year. Council continually increases rates on paying residents to pay for these losses. Some of the residents on the east side are just barely existing, but these residents are helping to pay for these losses. Around 2010, 2011, somewhere in there, I addressed council of this same problem. And I told them then they need to address this. It seems like they're never going to address it unless the city manager takes an interest in it. And so far, we haven't had a city manager that has taken interest in trying to do something about these losses. These losses go back years. I got one here back in, it was Deputy City Manager Ayers put out, and it mounted to $1,686,703. The fiscal year 2010-11, there was $545,000 write-off. Fiscal year of 2011-12, $471,000. The year 12 to 13, $333,000 write-off. 2013 to 2014, $336,000 write-off. I've got all the records here. One individual run up $10,000 debt before he left. His name was G.O.H. Peter, and he ran up a $10,226. But a lot of these are businesses. There's 10,000, 5,000, 600,000, 5,000, 500, 4,000, 500, 4,000, 4,000. It's just a list of people not paying these bills. And if the city manager doesn't ever take interest, nothing's ever going to be done. You've got a new manager coming in. This is the time to try to break the new manager, try to get some results out of him to try to address it. It can be addressed. There's other cities that do not pay these kind of losses. And I said that back in 2010, but council didn't listen, and the city manager never said a word. So, but somebody's got to take it. It's got to be the city manager to push this. It's just lost year after year. This is not what you could call responsibility, fiscal responsibility. You got a sign on the wall says fiscal responsibility, but this is not responsible, and something needs to be done about it. I just got too much to try to do in 5 minutes. It could be addressed, but it's easier for the city to write these off and charge everybody else rates, increase rates on everybody else to pay for it. You need to stop doing that. You need to do something about this problem. Okay, that's all I've got to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next comment card I have is from John Beckman.
Good evening, Mayor Yepez and Council. John Beckman, I am the chairman of the Measure L Committee, and you all have a copy of a letter that I submitted to, after our very first Measure L Committee, I drafted a letter to Mayor Bregman, and I submitted it to Councilmember Craig Hensley because she appointed me to the Measure L Committee. So I'm resubmitting that to all of you again tonight, along with the ordinance that created the Measure L Committee with some highlights on there, and a separate document which has my recommendations for an amendment to the ordinance that created the Measure L Committee. And I'm here tonight to ask you to agendize at a future council meeting a discussion and action to be taken to amend the ordinance that created the Measure L Committee. And to highlight why it needs to be amended, I included in the first letter a graph of full-time equivalent employee positions as they changed over the years from the time Measure L was passed until today. And you can see the key departments and how those FTEs have changed since Measure L was passed. And then tonight, you were just given a copy of the draft of the Measure L report, which is similar to the Measure L reports that have been prepared over the last several years, that would have been adopted and sent to you for your review on the performance of Measure L. And I think if you just take a look at the FTE equivalents that have changed since Measure L was adopted and compare that to what the Measure L committee report would have presented to you, you will see a glaring problem with the way that this is reported. And this is something that when Measure L was passed, a decision was made somewhere in the halls of government, in the halls of City Hall here, as to how to do this. And however that was decided, it was done in a manner that does not properly convey reality. Because you can see that since the passage of Measure L, there were 11 police officers added, 3 firefighters added, 5 Parks and Rec, and 2 people in the library services. But the Measure L report would suggest that Measure L was responsible for hiring 23 police officers and 6 firefighters, which obviously is not the case. So I'm asking that we prepare a proper Measure L report, and the amendments that I'm requesting would allow us to do that. Thank you.
For your comment.
Mr. Mayor, if I might
Yes.
comment, just, Mr. Beckman, I'm sorry, just want to clarify something. So it's important, and I appreciate you bringing this forward because of the fact that's what I anticipate our commissions and committees to do, is to inform the council of situations where you feel like changes can be made or there's community comment. Was this something that the Measure L committee asked you to bring forward? Or is this something you're having an ongoing discussion on with the Measure L committee, or just give me some feedback?
I shared this information with the Measure L committee.
Okay.
It was not agendized as a discussion topic for us to talk about, so all I was able to do was share it with them without discussion.
Okay.
So it's been shared with them. And I've had ongoing conversations with Janelle in the finance department about what the Measure L committee might be able to do, and I think it's very promising what we think we can do if allowed to.
Okay. I think agendizing it gives that opportunity for other members of the Measure L committee to come in and participate in that discussion. So I appreciate you taking the lead to bring this forward. And I would actually ask, Mayor, that we would go ahead and agendize it at that January 28th meeting. I think that's when we're all here again as a body. Is that not correct?
Yes, you have a January 28th all-day retreat planning session scheduled.
Okay, so that isn't the.
May not be the best time.
Okay, so
Take on a
when
business
would
item
you
like this.
suggest, Mr. City Manager?
I'm not sure yet if the council has selected a replacement meeting for your second regular meeting in January, or the next opportunity then would be the first council meeting in February.
Okay, so I would just ask, if we do select a replacement meeting, we put it on that. If not, then the first meeting in February. Okay?
Thank you.
Mayor, those are all the comment cards I have. You're welcome to open it up to the rest of attendees if they want to provide public comment.
Okay, anyone in the audience would like to make a public comment? Nope, seeing none, then we'll move to council. Do you guys have a comment on non-agenda items?
Just a note, I had a meeting, the city manager, Public Works, and our economic development had all joined us and the San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission to talk about opportunities for marketing the midday train now that goes to Sacramento. I'm sorry Mr. Ray isn't here because a lot of the discussion was really about creating opportunities for travel to Lodi, travel to Sacramento, and the point being that we can use more of train stops as a way to encourage visitors to our city. And so for those who are not aware, Amtrak is, the Gold Runner that is making a midday stop in Lodi, going to Sacramento, you can spend 3-4 hours in Sacramento, then get back on the train and be back here by 6 o'clock in the evening. So kind of half-day trips, which we have not had for years and years. So that's one good tool. They're going to be doing a formal ribbon cutting, probably sometime January or so. And we talked a lot about special trains. We talked about the opportunities to get visitors here for the street fair, for the farmers market, for the grape festival. And so I think we've got some good opportunities to move forward with the multimodal approach to transit that is one of our city's priorities. And I want to thank staff for participating in that. Hopefully we will continue to see some movement in that regard. And then lastly, I would like to see, Jeff, I think we have in the past actually done updates to council on where we are with uncollected debt before. I know we did that right after COVID, of course, but it might be helpful for us to get an understanding of what is the collection process, when do we decide to write it off. I know we have such a process, but that might be something that we can get reoriented to how we are, because it's not like we're not approaching it. We're not, leaving it alone. I don't-
Councilmember Craig Hensley, I'll take that. So the collection process, debt collection write-offs, that actually falls with the responsibility to the finance department. So we can work with them, but they would be the primary lead
Okay.
on that presentation.
So y'all can work together on that. So yeah, just get us up to speed with how that's working, because obviously the numbers that Mr. Slaughterback stated aren't comfortable numbers for us, but we need to understand not only how our process works, but we're always looking in alignment with other cities, and if he said other cities don't have this problem, I think other cities probably have the same problem, so.
I think I will just add a quick statement. Bad debt write-off is a cost of doing business, unfortunately. But way back when, before I started here, Mr. Slaughterback had mentioned Mr. Ayers. So there was a process to tighten up the payment timeline because there was some significant outstanding debt. But I think finance can look at that, provide some information and an update to you.
That would be great. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you. Then now we'll move to the next item.
So we will start with our public hearings. So F1, which is the first public hearing, is to consider adoption of the 2025 California Building Code, California Existing Building Code, Mechanical Code, Electrical Code, Plumbing Code, Residential Code, Green Building Standard Code, and Fire Code. And we have our Chief Building Official, Derek Poe, here to provide that presentation.
Mr. Mayor, member of council, I'm going to jump in first because I don't think council has an opportunity to meet our new chief building official. Derek Poe started with us August 18th and truly hit the ground running. He had a good history with us prior. He had served in different services in terms of outside contract that we had him engaged. So he's got a good understanding and a good methodology behind how we do our development work here. I'm not going to say he did it all alone, but through his leadership, he was able to get several of our newest restaurants up and running ahead of schedule. Pietro's, Market Tavern, several key projects that were obviously a part of our public purview on what was going on. He was able to interject himself in a very positive way, assist in inspection record, moving the projects forward and meeting those kinds of timelines, which were great for the community to get these projects underway. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Derek, and he'll have these two different presentations for you this evening.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. It's nice to meet you guys. Looking forward to working with each one of you and being part of the process here in Lodi. My presentation tonight is about the code adoption. And
We're still reading it off the last slide for some reason. Can you go to slide 2? Click on that.
oh, there we go. And then just hit the arrow buttons. Okay. Okay, so my presentation tonight is on code adoption. Every 3 years, the California Building Standards Commission updates our building code. At that same time, during the adoption process, that's whenever we update Chapter 15 of the Lodi Municipal Code. So my goal is to explain a little bit about the building code, explain a little bit about the adoption process, and then end my presentation with the recommendation. The California Building Standards Codes are the minimum building code requirements established by the California Building Standards Commission, otherwise known as Title 24, which is what we usually refer to it as because they are the 24th title in the California Code of Regulations. They are amended every 3 years, and for the 2025 triennial edition of the building code, the California Building Standards Commission has declared January 1st, 2026 as the first day that the new code will take effect. The building code, let me get this turned to work, see here. The building codes are based off of national and international model codes, which are also triennial, however, are adopted 1 year prior. These are the 7 main codes that most of the states in the nation use independently. However, California uses them merely as our base code or our model code. After the California amendments, those 7 model codes become our 12-part or 12-volume California Building Code. The California Building Standards Commission adopted the 2025 code in January of this year. They published the codes in July of this year. We've begun seeing them at the building departments around August, and then in the August-October timeframes, we review the changes and determine if any local amendments are required. If so, we simultaneously update Chapter 15 of our municipal code accordingly. And then in the November-December timeframe, we focus on training our staff, and then we work as a team to get the information out to the public by developing a education and outreach strategy. The outreach and education and outreach is where all the work begins for the building department. We start by training our own staff first with the mindset that the more people we have trained in-house, the faster we can get the information out to the public. We use training and informational publications and resources from the International Code Council and the California Association of Building Officials. And then we immediately start working to get the information out to the public by posting on our city websites, providing informational flyers at the counter at the building department, and then posting to social networking sites, and then to the local news publications. Okay, and then this is an example of the publication that we've kind of put out in all the different newsletters. For this year, California building changes, we had lithium-ion battery facility, obviously. Lots of changes in regards to the storage and charging of batteries. Lots of changes in regards to fire and life safety for obvious reasons. more structural and seismic changes this year. Energy and sustainability as usual. And then residential code, kind of more of the same, lots of changes to the WUI portion of it, fire protection. Some changes to the inspection and testing procedures, energy efficiency as always. And then this year, something new, inspector certifications are actually in the residential code, which is kind of interesting. Whoops. Okay, with that, that's the end of my presentation, and staff's recommendation is to adopt the 2025 building code updates as amended by ordinance. And that's all I have, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So we'll move to council comments and any clarifying questions from, and I'm going to call Councilwoman Lisa Gregg.
Mr. Poe, thank you for this information. Two questions. One, I think, and Mr. Delamonica here was for the last meeting, when we approved and accepted the California State Historic Building Code, that was fairly recent, so I assume that that is the most updated version and we don't have to include that in this list.
Yeah, I would think so. That would be, because we're so close to the 2025.
That's
That would have
correct.
been what you would have been talking about.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to clarify that. And then one other comment on the public outreach. Obviously, we've got, I would imagine, a pretty robust database of contractors, developers, others. So in terms of the updates and notifying them, we've reached out using that database as well, not just the general public, but those that we know in particular. We have to be concerned with that they are up to date with what we are updating. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's it.
Seeing none, no more comments, we're gonna, I will open the public hearing at 8:10 p.m. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
I do not have any comment cards for this item.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing at 8:10 p.m. Any additional council comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve the 2025 California Building Code et al. For update.
It was 4-0.
Okay, it passes. So
Okay.
next
My
item.
apologies. I thought I displayed it. All right. And then on to the next item, F2, is a public hearing to consider waiving the first reading and introducing an ordinance repealing and replacing Lodi Municipal Code Section 13.20.020, Energy Theft Diversion Field Services / Field Services Fee Recovery, and I'll turn it over to Electric Utility.
Good evening. I think that's Community Improvements presentation up there. There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here this evening to talk about electric utility fees. This is a public hearing to amend an existing ordinance. Wanted to introduce to you Kevin Kreiser. He is our field services supervisor. You typically would not see him here at council. He is busy in the field with his staff, but he is the expert on the fees and activities. So if you have any questions about what actually happens in the field, he would be happy to answer those for you. So as background information, in December of 2011, City Council adopted the existing ordinance, that's 1855. That ordinance established guidelines for the processing and recovery of revenue associated with utility theft. The ordinance itself doesn't specify any fee amounts. It actually just provides a description of the actual fees and when those fees are collected. Shortly thereafter, in January of 2012, City Council adopted Resolution 2012-04. That resolution was the corresponding document to the ordinance and actually established the specific fee amounts for the fees that were described by ordinance. Excellent. So current situation, we've been looking at the fees that are in existence over the past few years. These fees have not been updated since 2012. A few problems that we've run into. The established fees now, they're very specific. They don't address after-hours costs incurred by the utility. They were based on an assumption of position and time spent, which was for most of the fees an hour of time working during business hours. Unfortunately, everything that we do with respect to utility theft does not occur during normal business hours. And again, on average, they assumed 1 hour of the applicable staff time with no overtime. And where that really becomes a problem, most of our IBEW staff, as you know, with their recent MOUs, their overtime is actually a double time rate. So we were not capturing those costs back with the existing fees. So with everything else, labor and material costs have increased. We've had numerous cost of living adjustments included in all of our MOUs at the electric utility. We've had recent salary market adjustments that have adjusted the salaries of our positions. We've also had some changes with our meters. So both the meter types that we use and implement in the field and the costs associated with those meters have gone up. In general, we've had a lot of changes in the utility industry. A lot of what's being addressed with our code updates, when we start talking about electrification, when we start talking about solar, battery storage, ADUs, many of those activities will drive the need for an electrical panel upgrade for a customer. What that means is our staff are the ones that actually go out, disconnect power and reconnect power when the customer's electrician is doing work to do those panel upgrades. We did not have a fee to recoup those costs. Next slide. So we'll go through the red lines in the ordinance. What we've done here is we've outlined the name, the existing name of the fee, and then we are providing for you in bold what we're proposing as the revised title of that fee. In general, because the existing fees were so specific, what we've tried to do is now label them as a dispatch fee. So that means any time one of these individuals, one of these staff is called out for a specific reason, we are able to assess a charge for their time. So the first fee, the theft inspection fee, that title is not changing. What we have done is we've modified the definition to include not just tampering or theft of a meter, but also any electrical infrastructure associated with that effort. Unfortunately, folks have become quite creative when it comes to theft of power, and some of the things that they do don't specifically relate just to the meter. So we wanted to broaden that definition. Field services, field trip fee, we've revised that to a field services dispatch fee. That definition was modified beyond the standard disconnection of service for non-payment. That also includes disconnection of service at a property that does not have a signed and approved application for service. What was previously known as a service cut at pole fee, we're now calling that a troubleshooter dispatch fee. So a service cut at pole fee was essentially any time that our field services staff were unable for whatever reason to access a meter to disconnect service, we would call out a troubleshooter. Troubleshooters, for all intents and purposes, those are linemen. They are part of IBEW. They are considered qualified electrical workers, a bit different than our field services staff. So what we've done here is we've modified that definition as well to broaden it. It allows for the assessment of a fee anytime a troubleshooter is dispatched to disconnect service at a specific location. The disconnect reconnect fee, that's a new fee. That will be charged to a customer or the customer's contractor on behalf of the customer by the building department with issuance of a permit for a panel upgrade. So again, that's the new fee that we've talked about to address some of the newer, more recent activities that are happening. So the meter set fee, again, we've changed the description of that. That's now going to be called a meter set dispatch fee. Definition broadened to include instances when our metering techs are required to assist other staff with more complicated meter disconnects and/or reconnects. Again, if we get into a situation where we're dealing with not necessarily a single phase meter for residential, but the more complicated meters for our large commercial, industrial, our field services staff are not qualified to handle those meters. So we do have to call in a qualified electrical worker. So we're able to assess the time that's associated with the work that they do. The last one, a Nighthawk caller, Nighthawk meter replacement fee. This was very specific when it was established. Nighthawk is actually the brand name of the meter. We no longer use that. So what we're doing is we're proposing the new title on that to be a remote connect disconnect meter replacement fee. The definition we're revising to remove the name brand that's specific to the fee. That will ensure that anything that we use moving forward would fall under this category of a fee assessment. And this again is charged when a meter must be replaced due to tampering or bypass. So also new to the ordinance, we've added language to include recovery of cost associated with unauthorized energy use. We are already allowed to collect that through our rules and regulations, but we wanted to reinforce that ability in the ordinance as well. Also new to the ordinance is the ability to update the fees every July 1st based on the actual labor and material costs. And there's other minor grammatical edits that are throughout the document. Next slide. So I'm giving you a little bit of a preview of what the dollar amounts will be brought forward to you as part of a resolution at a future date. Again, the subject of this public hearing is the ordinance and the descriptions of the fee types when those fees will be applied. We are not asking you as part of this ordinance to approve the dollar amounts specific to those fees. That will come to you later once the ordinance is in effect. We'll bring that forward in a separate resolution. But I think for context, it's helpful to see what those will look like for the fees that we're describing. I won't go through these in detail line by line, but essentially they're still representative with the exception of a damaged meter test fee, which is a half hour of time of a meter tech. These fees represent about an hour of time, depending on if it's field services staff, troubleshooting staff, metering staff. And again, we're adding the capability of collecting for when they're performing work during regular business hours, as well as when they're performing work after hours. Next slide. So where the prior slide addressed those were the labor costs associated with the staff involved. This next slide is addressing the material costs. So the meter ring, the padlock fees, the meter covers, the damaged meter replacement fee. We've had a lot of changes with meters. Whereas previously solar meters were not listed on the list of fees, we have added those, and those will come in the resolution before you that'll come back to you in February. And then on the remote connect disconnect meter, it had previously had two components to it, which is why you see those two different fees. The new bridge meter that we use as a remote connect disconnect, that it's just the meter itself, so that fee has changed. So timeline for these changes, obviously we're here this evening to conduct a public hearing, introduce the ordinance. January, we will be looking at ordinance adoption. February 2026 would be the effective date of the ordinance, which at that time we would bring back the specific dollars associated with those ordinance changes as well. And then again, as part of the ordinance, we're requesting the ability to update these fees annually so that we can come back, so that we can keep up with those material cost escalation, we can keep up with the changes in the MOUs that reflect our labor rates. So next steps, happy to answer any questions for you. We'll open the public hearing, receive any public comment, and then introduce the ordinance repealing and reenacting LMC Code Section 13.20.020, Energy Theft Diversion Field Services Fee Recovery.
Thanks so much for your
With that,
presentation.
Happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to open for council comments, and I have Mr. Nakanishi first.
Question. Is it the same Marion do I have it? Is it the same manner in which PG&E services customers like this?
The manner is consistent across utilities. The fees depend on a utility's costs. They are specific to each utility based on their labor costs and their materials.
So they could have one fee for all this, like covers all. I would think PG&E has a fee that covers all this, and there is no fee.
If I had to guess, based on their labor costs and their material costs, their fees might be a bit higher.
No, I'm not saying how higher it is. It's the way they
The process.
process.
Yes.
A little bit different, all right?
PG&E likely has some different timelines. Each utility will have a different timeline in terms of when we disconnect service for non-payment. That's set by each utility based on the amount of time they're willing to go without collecting payment.
Thank you.
Okay, now Councilwoman Craig.
No difference between residential or commercial in terms of the fees, for example? Is it the same for a residential customer versus a commercial customer?
The fee itself is the same. What will change is if additional time is required, and you'll see this come forward in the resolution. For example, more complicated properties, if it takes 2 hours of a meter tech's time, they will be charged for 2 hours. And so again, in the resolution that comes before you, it will be clear that this represents 1 hour of time, and a customer, depending on the actual time needed to complete the effort, could be charged additional based on that fee. And it'll be clear that that fee is for 1 hour of time.
And just following up on Councilman Nakanishi's comment, I'm less concerned about consistency with PG&E as I am with other electric utilities, because I think that, I think it comes down to the fee structure and what we're charging. And in some instances, it looks like we're actually reducing it a bit. Others, we're addressing new fees for something we haven't charged for before. So I think the fee schedule is something I'm interested in. If we have a comparative to other communities, I'd be interested.
We do. So actually, we did contact several other utilities. The difficulty with fees is fees have to be cost-based. I can refer to Madam City Attorney if she wants to chime in on this, but there are, you could set up punitive charges. We don't do that. These fees are strictly based on our costs in terms of a fully burdened labor rate and material costs based on our current inventory. One of the fees that you see that looks like it went down, it actually didn't go down. The prior calculation, when we dug into it a little bit more, when they calculated it, they had melded positions, so it diluted the amount, which is why it looks like it reduced when in fact it didn't.
And so then I will actually turn to Madam City Attorney. Theft of energy is a misdemeanor, I assume, or how does that get enforced in that, other than the fees that, or penalties?
We could, if there was damage to city property and things like that, we could pursue it that way. Typically, it has to reach a certain level, and proving the level of the damage and things like that are difficult, but it could be a criminal penalty.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody's pirating energy from somebody else or from a commercial property, then I would wonder if it isn't something, again, it's theft. So along with whatever the required, I guess, in some instances, it's more a penalty than a fee if somebody is really stealing energy.
Yes, I mean, it is stealing of energy, but it's also could be damage to the system and threatening the entire transmission system as a whole is what I think we're more concerned about.
Okay.
And so just to reiterate, I just want to make sure that folks understand, our team, we don't sit back and wait for folks to tell us what's happening. These guys actually go out and do night patrols once a week. So we do have some creative folks who their power has been disconnected, and they go at night, obviously, to see if folks have figured out creative ways to get their power turned back on, which is where the theft inspection fee comes into play. And we also monitor meter usage through our fixed network. We're very interested when we see huge differences in energy consumption, and we start looking at bills, and we have a number of ways that information comes across to us when we go out and send our teams out to investigate.
Thank you.
All right, then I will open the public hearing at 8:28 p.m. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
I do not have any comment cards.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing at 8:28 p.m. Any additional council comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve waiving first reading, introduce an ordinance repealing or replacing LMC section 1320.020.
Second?
All right, then it passes. So next item.
Next item is F3, which is the public hearing to consider waiving the first reading and introducing an ordinance amending Lodi Municipal Code Title I, General Provisions, Chapter 1.10, Administrative Enforcement Provision, and Title 6, Animals, Section 6.04.030, Redemption of Impounded Animals, Chapter 6.8.08, Prohibited Animals, Section 6.12.010, License Required, Section 6.12.060, Vaccination Required Certificate Exemptions, Section 6.12.070, Business of Breeding or Raising, Section 6.12.110, Animal Noise, Section 6.12.120, Animals at Large, Section 6.12.150, Mandatory Microchipping of Dogs and Cats, Section 6.14.020, Sanitation of Premises, Section 6.14.030, Removal of Animal Waste, Section 6.14.050, Management of Cat Population Permitted Acts, Section 6.15.010, Definitions, and Section 6.15.020, Behavior Prohibited. And I will turn it over to City Attorney and Chief of Police for this item.
Okay, well, I'll introduce briefly. The Animal Services Department raised this item to our City Attorney Department several years ago. It's a collection of cleanup items across the animal code. They can talk about specifics on the individual sections cleanup, but there's definitions. There's the addition of trap, neuter, and release programs, some microchipping requirements, limitations on the number of breedings each year that people may have, references just adding consistency of language to permitted poultry versus chicken hen, old terms in the language and stuff. So cleanup items in general, a couple new programs, but they're here for subject matter specific content.
All right. You guys have a presentation or no? No, okay. Okay. So we're going to move to council comments.
It's a
Mr. Nicolici?
straightforward matter. We vote yes or no, right, basically. I'll move that we vote for this.
Any?
Public comments?
Yes, so seeing no more comments from the council, we'll open the public hearing at 8:32 p.m. City Clerk, do we have any public comments? No? Okay. I will close the public hearing at 8:32 p.m. So I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Passes.
Oh, and it passes, so we'll move to the next item.
Next item is G1 on the regular calendar, which is to adopt a resolution authorizing interim city manager to execute improvement agreement for the 620 South Central Avenue public improvements. And I will turn it over to our Public Works interim director for this item.
Same thing, we don't have a presentation on this one, but kind of just a quick background on this. This is an older project. It was submitted to the building department back in 2022. We brought an improvement agreement back in the end of 2022, and then it's pretty much ready to approve early 2023 as far as all the plans go from Public Works side. The improvement agreement itself is just for the frontage improvements, which is your typical sidewalk and that stuff. And the main reason why it's an improvement agreement is because it includes the extension of a sewer main. So otherwise, it would probably just be by encroachment permit. But then it was ready to go, and then they just, that developer kind of put the project on hold. They didn't supply the bonds for it, and so it's been on hold until a new buyer brought it up, developed, or and bought the project or the property, and then they resubmitted recently for the building department, went to Spark. They did code updates, from what I understand, as well as went to Spark to remove an affordability requirement. So this is the same improvement agreement that we brought to council roughly 2.5 years ago, just with a different owner.
All right, I will move to council comments.
If I may ask, I believe the prior owner was Jack Counts.
That is correct.
And I do apologize. I did speak to him, I believe it was yesterday, and he did voice some misunderstanding about him being able to actually do the same thing when he owned it. I'd actually like to discuss this item with him a little bit more before we pursue anything, if that is okay with city staff and our council.
Well, I don't think so, because we have discussed this a long time, and it's been in other committees, so he sold the property already, so, and this is just a procedural thing that I just didn't see it on the last week when I did agenda review. This was not in, I didn't see this. I would have put it in consent, to be honest, so I think we should move it, but that's up to my council members, so I'll hear what.
The only other thing I would mention is just, I want to be fair and all concerned, and I want to make sure that we're being concurrent with all owners. Nothing against the city, it's just communication, right? And I do have concern over this.
I'm gonna call on Councilwoman Craig.
Just curious on, we're meeting the new code, or we're not meeting the new code, or are we meeting the new code? Because obviously, code updates occurred because of 2 years ago, but is he building to the prior code, or is he building to what it is that we just approved, considering?
I'm going to defer to Derek, but there were several cycles
Okay.
In this process. Do you recall which
And I
edition?
believe on that one, we decided the best avenue was to leave it with the 2019.
Okay, okay. I just want to be clear, because that's always a difficult thing. You don't want the code changes to affect the project moving forward, so.
No, we evaluated it pretty thoroughly.
Okay.
And of course, that's kind of what is normally done, but in this particular situation with this one right here, it was fine at 2019.
Because he still had an open permit, is that correct, right? So not changing, not moving, whatever. The sports analogy would be, on this, moving the goalposts, so to speak.
We work
So-
with them. We work
Okay.
with them.
All right, thank you. That's what I want to know. And I just want to comment on the fact that, yes, Mr. Couts did sell the property. So I think we have to deal with the issue moving forward. And that's kind of where we are right now. So, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager.
No, I think I was about to caution the council, this is an agenda topic for improvement plans, not the construction project, and not any conditions of approval on the project. But I'm hearing comments come to an end, so I think we're okay.
Okay, thank you. So, seeing, do we have any more comments from the council? Seeing none, we're gonna move to public comments.
Mayor, I don't have any cards for this item.
Okay, so then I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve waiving first reading and introducing the ordinance. No, I'm sorry. I'm on the next one. Adopt the resolution for 620 South Central Avenue. Thank you.
Second? All right, and it passes. So now let's move to the next item.
Next item on the regular calendar is to receive a presentation from the Community Development Department on the Community Improvement Division yearly update, and I'll turn it back over to Community Development.
Okay, I didn't know that was going to be the exciting part. Okay, so good evening again, Mr. Mayor, Council. The Community Improvement Division is comprised of hard-working and dedicated officers who investigate and enforce violations of the Lodi Municipal Code on private property. These violations include, but are not limited to, the accumulation of debris, inoperable vehicles, substandard housing, and several other types of violations. They also work in concert, assisting other departments such as Public Works, the electric company, the police department, fire departments, and of course, the building division. Okay. As of November 2025, the Community Improvement Division has received 560 complaints regarding Lodi Municipal Code violations for the 2025 year. Despite operating with reduced staffing levels in the 2025 year, officers were able to maintain a 97% compliance rate, which is an 8% increase over the previous year. The Community Improvement Division prioritizes educating residents and business owners about minor Lodi Municipal Code violations rather than just noticing or imposing fines. In the 2025 year, Community Improvement created and implemented education flyers for refuse container violations and minor encroachment violations. The educational flyers resulted in a reduction of 203 cases in the 2024 year and 84 in the 2025 year. This reduction allowed officers to focus on higher priority Lodi Municipal Code violations. In addition to improving the division's educational efforts, the Community Improvement Division also fortified their enforcement processes. In the 2024 year, 5 notices of violations were recorded against property titles, and in the 2025 year, 20 notice of violations were recorded against property titles, an increase over 300% over the previous year. Our community improvement officers are dedicated to improving the city of Lodi by eliminating blight and conditions that are determined to be a nuisance by the Lodi Municipal Code. Thank you to Janique Andrews, Jim Soria, and Katie Harris, who are not able to be with us tonight, for striving to gain compliance through education while maintaining your composure and providing superior customer service to the tenants, property owners, property managers, and the residents within the city of Lodi. You have a very difficult job, but you handle it with incredible skill and dedication, and we thank you for it. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
All right, thank you for your presentation. We're going to open it to comments from the council. Councilwoman Craig.
The graph that showed the significant decrease in nuisance, can you tell me what you attribute that to in terms of, there's a wide variety of nuisance, I know, but it's a pretty marked reduction, so.
Training and education. They've taken it upon themselves to focus on outreach and education and outreach. So The mindset is that when they're responding to complaints, not only does the educational part of it starts on the phone with the complaint, and then when they're out and they're responding to a complaint, the education part of it continues on to there. And then constantly searching for material that we're able to provide and hand out to the public to help educate them is key to, has contributed to that. So they took it on about a year ago, and it's proven to be very beneficial.
I would add that it also eliminates repeat offenders. When they're educated and they understand we will be out there, we will be doing our job, I believe we're seeing more compliance because of that effort that has been consistently broadcast.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing none comments, we will ask if we have public comments. City
We do
Clerk?
not have any comment cards.
All right. Any additional comments from the council? All right. So we entertain a motion? No, this is not.
Just information.
Yeah, this is informational, right? Yeah. All right.
No
thank you.
motion. And we can move on to G3, which is to adopt a resolution approving the memorandum of understanding between the City of Lodi and the Police Officers Association of Lodi for the period of July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2028. And I will just note that there is a blue sheet for this item that is at your seat, and then the motion would need to include that blue sheet. And I will turn it over to our interim Human Resources Manager, Christina Gonzalez, and she will provide brief report.
Good evening, Mayor Yepes and Council. Item G3 before you this evening is to request to adopt a resolution approving the successor MOU with Police Officer Association of Lodi. A few of the highlights to the new MOU include a 3-year term, July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2028. Wage adjustment of 6.5% over the term of the contract. 3.5% equity adjustment effective December 22nd, 2025, and 3% effective July 5th, 2027. Also, an off-salary schedule payment of $7,696.81 to be paid in the December 22nd, 2025 pay period. Medical insurance, the city shall pay up to 90% of the medical premium by enrollment category for the lowest cost HMO plan available in the zip code 95240 effective January 1, 2026, or the first pay period following council approval of the MOU, whichever is later. Reducing the employee pension contribution, reduce total employee pension contribution effective July 6, 2026. Classic employee contribution will be reduced to 12%. This breakdown is 9% of the employee contribution and 3% cost share. PEPRA employee contribution will be 12% minimum or 50% of normal cost. No cost sharing. Add graveyard incentive of 2.5% effective first pay period following City Council approval of the MOU. Increase bilingual incentive to $200 per month, and increase longevity pay, 7 years at $3,000 per year, and 15 years at $6,000 per year. Staff recommends that council approve the MOU between the city and POAL, as these adjustments are essential to ensure Lodi can retain the skilled public safety personnel necessary to maintain community safety. And I'm available to answer any questions.
All right. I will call on Mr. Nakanishi.
Yeah. I'd like to make a comment to the citizen, if you're watching this. The next three items, the city council spent hours and hours in closed session dealing with employment contracts. So it's not something we're hearing for the first time. That's all I want to say.
Well, thank you for your comment. Do we have any comments from the council? Seeing none, we're going to move to public comments.
No comment cards.
All right, then I will entertain a motion, including the blue sheet, right?
So moved.
Second?
I don't see it. Yeah. All right, and it passes.
Okay. Item G4 is to adopt a resolution approving the memorandum of understanding between the City of Lodi and the Lodi Police Dispatchers Association for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2028.
So item G4 is to request to adopt a resolution approving the successor MOU with Lodi Police Dispatchers Association. A few of the highlights to the new MOU include the term of the MOU shall be from July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2028. There will be 11.82% wage adjustment over the term of the contract as follows. 5.82% equity adjustment effective July 7, 2025. A 3% equity adjustment effective December 22nd, 2025. A 3% cost of living adjustment effective July 5th, 2027. Medical insurance, the city shall pay up to 90% of the medical premium by enrollment category for the lowest cost HMO plan available in the zip code 95240, effective January 1, 2026, or the first pay period following city council approval of the MOU, whichever is later. Reduce total employee pension contribution by 3%, effective July 6, 2026. Add a graveyard incentive, 2.5%, effective the first pay period following city council approval of the MOU. Increase bilingual incentive to $200 per month. Add a wellness incentive of $50 per month to be paid on a per pay period basis upon successfully passing a physical agility examination on an annual basis. Add 5% training incentive for the property and evidence technician effective December 22nd, 2026, following city council approval of the MOU. Roll uniform allowance into base pay effective the first pay period following council approval of the MOU. Increase longevity pay on a per pay period basis starting the full pay period in January 2026, with 10 years at 2.5% and 20 years at 5%. Staff recommends that council approve the MOU between the city and LPDA. Both the city and LPDA recognize the importance of offering a competitive salary and benefit packages to recruit and retain qualified employees for these specialized positions. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll open it for council comments. Seeing none, we move to public comments.
No cards.
All right, so then I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve?
Second. All right, and it passes.
All right. G5 is to adopt resolution approving the statement of benefits between the City of Lodi and Lodi Fire Mid-Management for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2028. And this item also has a blue sheet.
So my next item, final item, is item G5, requesting to adopt a resolution approving the successor statement of benefits with the Lodi Fire Mid-Management Group. A few of the highlights of the statement of benefits include the term of the contract shall be July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2028. Effective July 7, 2025, a one-time off-schedule payment equivalent to 3% of base wages earned from the period of July 7, 2025 through December 21st, 2025. 20% salary separation from battalion chief top step to top step fire training and administrative captain rate effective December 22nd, 2025, or the first pay period following council approval, whichever is later. A 10% salary separation from deputy chief, top step, to top step battalion chief rate, effective December 22nd, 2025, or the first pay period following council approval, whichever is later. 3% cost of living increase effective July 6, 2026. 3% cost of living increase effective July 5th, 2027. Medical insurance, the city shall pay up to 90% of the medical premium by enrollment category for the lowest cost HMO plan available in the zip code 95240, effective January 1, 2026, or the first pay period following city council approval, whichever is later. Increased longevity pay on a per pay period basis starting December 22nd, 2025 at the following rates: 10 years, 2.5%, 20 years, 5%. Staff recommends that council approve the statement of benefits between the city and Lodi Fire Mid-Management. This agreement strikes a balance by providing enhanced salary to Lodi Fire Mid-Management members at a reasonable cost to the city. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. And now we'll move on now to council comments. Seeing none, do we have any comments?
No cards.
All right, then we'll move to, I will entertain a motion
With the blue sheet.
with a blue sheet. Yeah.
Move to approve with the blue sheet, item G5, resolution statement of benefits, City of Lodi and Lodi Fire Mid-Management.
I'll second that.
All right, and it passes.
The last item of the night, which is G6, which is mine, it's to assign and confirm annual appointments of the city council members on various boards, committees, and commissions. I did provide a printout of the document that was attached to the agenda item on the agenda. And I just want to point out a few items that will be, just a few items on this document. First of all, the Delta Protection Commission. I know Councilmember Nakanishi has been a longtime commissioner on the commission. I think there was a city selection committee that occurred earlier this year, and there was some movement, and Councilmember Bregman now serves on the commission. Yes.
There was a lack of communication. My goal was to have Lodi renew that position, not myself. And so I was hoping Dr. Nakanishi would take that. I've been notified that the only way to rectify that is for all the mayors to meet once again in the county and change that vote. So when that vote does take place, I am plenty okay revoking that position to Dr. Nakanishi. But yes, as our Madam City Clerk stated, it just can't be done tonight. It has to be done at that county meeting.
So as of right now, the appointment on this document just confirms Councilmember Bregman's current appointment on the Delta Commission.
Can I clarify? Okay. It's kind of like COG appoints me to the Rail Commission. We don't appoint to the Rail Commission. So is that comparable here?
Yes.
So an action has to be taken by
The City
Delta
Selection.
Protection Commission?
The City Selection Commission.
Oh, the City Selection Commission.
Which
Okay.
is, like Councilmember Bregman said, it's all the mayors within this commission, the City Selection Committee, and they're the ones that make the appointment to the Delta Protection Commission.
And you only have the meeting, I believe, once a year, once every 2 years.
They call it as needed.
Right. So I didn't want to call the issue for all the mayors together for one item. I wanted to see throughout the year if it was going to come up again, so.
But they do reach out to us in advance in order to get all of the mayor's availability. So at that time, I can notify their liaison that we would like this item back on the agenda to reappoint Councilmember Nakanishi back to the Delta Protection Commission.
Okay, I'm just, so we're voting on,
Not me, not you.
okay, so I just want to be
Confirming.
clear, if we're approving a delegate, are we,
It's going to be the mayor who's going to be the delegate.
okay.
So the Delta Protection Commission, they've already had their vote, so this is just a confirmation of their vote.
Which is Cameron.
Correct.
Mhm.
Okay.
And
Okay.
at the next meeting, if the mayor wants to do it, change it. But I'm
Okay, we'll do that when I get that, when it go to the meeting.
Okay.
happy.
All right.
Oh, I do want,
Yes, I'm gonna call Councilman Nakanishi.
okay. Hey, I looked at this and I asked that, I'd like to be the committee I'm on right now, Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater and also the Northeastern San Joaquin Groundwater Committee. And the only other position is the Lodi Finance Committee. You know, it's going to be, I would suggest, it's very informative to the mayor, or the vice mayor, you know quite a bit, but to be on the committee, it tells you how the money's spent, where it's spent. It was very informative. That's my thoughts anyway.
So would you like me to be in the committee?
Yes, it would be good.
Okay,
You were-
okay.
And I could take your, one of the committee you had that you don't,
The,
motor vehicle, abandoned vehicle, abandonment service.
or I have the one for economic development too,
That's,
the
Right.
one, that one.
I'm gonna take that
The
one.
San Joaquin Partnership,
Yeah, so,
yes.
okay, he doesn't want that.
I'd rather take the San Joaquin,
He wants the
Abandoned-
abandoned vehicle abatement, okay.
do my part.
Okay.
I'll just give all my updates, and then you're more than welcome. I just want to make sure I get it on the record of all the changes that were in here. So for all the positions that former Public Works Director Charlie Swimley sat on, so that includes the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District and the San Joaquin County Solid Waste Management Task Force. I have added Sean Nathan, our interim Public Works Director, into those positions just until the position is filled, and then we can reorganize as needed. And I'll just note for NCPA, Director Burkheimer and Assistant Director Price, they are both alternate delegates for Mayor Potem Hothy and Councilmember Bregman, so I'll just put that on the record. And then the last item on there, the Transmission Agency of Northern California, I just want to note that Ms. Price's title is incorrect, so I will update that. This is her former title. And with that, I am open to any changes to go on this document
So,
before.
so I have a quick question. So on that committee, there is the finance committee. Can we switch it that always the person, like who are the membership is based on who's the mayor and the vice mayor?
I don't think that that's how the
We cannot do it here?
resolution was written,
Okay.
but we can bring it back if that's something that council wants to modify, and happy to turn it over to.
Actually, I think that's not a bad idea, because then
Right.
it continues through the leadership chain for 2 years.
Exactly, so then it kind of rotates and we all get an opportunity to be in it, and I think other cities do it that way anyways. So we will bring it back then.
So Mayor, may I just suggest, if the council intends to do that and would like to do that, could the appointment be made this evening regardless of title?
Yes,
And so that way,
then the
for the
permanent.
next finance committee meeting, it represents who the council wants to be on that committee. And then receiving, the city clerk would then be receiving
Yes.
direction, return with a resolution modification.
yes.
Okay.
So permanently, to change it permanently, that would be the resolution bringing that back. But for tonight's appointments, yes, you are able to go ahead and make that change now.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm gonna call Councilwoman Craig.
I've got a comment and a question. So the San Joaquin Council of Governments, there's a tech committee, and actually, it's not on here, but can you talk about that, Mr. Nathan, about, is that a formal appointment? Because I know the Citizens Advisory Committee, we have to make a formal appointment. of a rep to that, so that's why I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
that's not a formal one.
It's
That's
not a
just-
formal
We
one.
just have a representative that's for our transit
Mm-hmm.
division and for our public works streets.
Okay.
So I currently sit on that with Julia.
Okay.
So that's the technical advisory
I don't want
committee.
to
or
leave you
TAC.
out of any other committees, okay? Just want to recognize that that does have a regular monthly meeting, so I appreciate your service on that. So, other than that, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to continue in the same capacity on the COG and on the Rail Commission. I would note, again, this may be just asking the Rail Commission, Olivia, but I sit also on the San Joaquin Rail Facilities Committee. It is an appointment. I don't necessarily sit on that because I serve as chair, but I serve representing the city of Lodi. So I would just kind of add that to the list, so.
Okay, do we have any other council comments? Seeing none, I do have a comment. So I'm right now on San Joaquin Partnership, which is an economic development committee, and I would like actually to not be in that committee anymore, and I would like to nominate someone if they want to take it from me. Because as going to be mayor, I think I'm going to be very busy doing other stuff and maybe doing some ad hoc committees to facilitate some of the things that we want to change in the city, that I need to be 100% of those changes that we want to do. So
Hey, may
I
I
would,
comment?
yep.
That's a very important commission, right? San Joaquin Council, COG, right? In fact, when I was first mayor, not city council, people wanted that committee.
Be on the partnership?
The San Joaquin Council of Government.
No, I'm on that one. He's
You're-
talking about
Which one are you talking about?
the partnership, the economic.
Oh,
development.
partnership, okay, that's
Yeah.
nonprofit.
I don't see
Cameron?
Cameron volunteering for that.
I'll nominate Dr. Nakanishi.
I think he already said no.
Too many committees.
And this is for economic development?
Well, partnership, it's the.
Yeah, it's the
they're just people get
partnership.
Together and.
How often do they meet?
once a month.
Monthly, online or in Stockton, either one you want to do at 8 a.m.
And why doesn't anyone want it? This is scaring me.
Okay, no,
I had it. I'm willing to take it again, but
if everybody, have it. If nobody wants it, I will take it. It's actually fun. Like you get to meet people from the other cities, and it's economic development. And actually, they're doing something very interesting right now. They're gonna merge with the other county. They're actually exploring that, how San Joaquin and Stanislaus are gonna merge in the same organization. So it's gonna be actually very interesting this year, the committee. But so yeah.
I'll pass.
All right, then no changes in there.
Okay, Ramon, may I clarify
Yes.
something? Are you going to give me the San Joaquin County Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Service?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Got something just clicked about that.
Can you reiterate what the changes?
Yes. All right, so City of Lodi Risk Oversight Committee, or ROC, will continue as is with the delegate being Mayor Pro Tem Hothi and Councilmember Bregman. The Delta Protection Commission confirmed the City Selection Committee's appointment for Councilmember Bregman to serve as delegate. The Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Joint Powers Authority, it's Councilmember Nakanishi. League of California City Central Valley Division Executive Committee, that's Mayor Pro Tem Hothi and Councilmember Craig Hensley. We don't have any representation on LAFCO right now. It will be in 2027. The Lodi and LUSD 2x2 is Mayor Pro Tem Hothi and Councilmember Bregman. The Northeastern San Joaquin County Groundwater Banking Authority, that's Councilmember Nakanishi. Northern California Power Agency, or NCPA, the delegate is Mayor Pro Tem Hothi, and alternate is Councilmember Bregman, with Director Berkheimer and Assistant Director Price as also alternate delegates on that commission, on NCPA. San Joaquin County Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Service Authority will now be Councilmember Nakanishi. San Joaquin Council of Governments, or SJCOG. The delegate is Councilmember Craig Hensley, and the alternate is Mayor Yepez. The San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Water Advisory Commission. The delegate is Sean Nathan, our interim Public Works Director, and Travis Cars is the Water Plant Superintendent. The San Joaquin County Solid Waste Management Task Force, Sean Nathan, the interim Public Works Director, and Councilmember Bregman is the alternate. San Joaquin County Partnership, Mayor Yepez, you will continue to be the delegate. Okay. San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission is Councilmember Craig Hensley. San Joaquin Valley Special City Selection Committee, that's the one that's consistently every year the mayor and the vice mayor, or Mayor Pro Tem. So this year it will be Mayor Yepez, and Mayor Pro Tem Hothi will be the alternate. And then the Transmission Agency of Northern California, the delegate is Director Berkheimer, and the alternate is Assistant Director Melissa Price. And with that, oh, and Finance Committee, Mayor Yepez and Mayor Pro Tem Hothi. So that one will be added. I inadvertently left it off, but I will add that one before it is posted.
Thank you so much. So I will entertain a motion.
So moved to approve as submitted by the city clerk.
Second.
Second.
Oh, can we take public comment for the
Oh, yes, sorry.
sake of process?
So, the comments? Okay, so now we move to the vote. So are we entertain a motion again? Oh, there, cool. All right, and it passes. All right, seeing no other items on our agenda, I will adjourn this meeting at 9:09 p.m. Happy holidays.